I've got the meat. Now I just need the sauce. Hopefully I'll find it. Alright. Finished up the Galatia Academy quest line. Repelled the first colony crisis against the Paffers. There'll be another one soon enough. Might be the Persians, the pirates, or the Lytics. Not sure which one would be worse. Still building things up. 16 days until the megaport's done. Second industry on here is gonna be heavy industry. Then after that, I think I'll upgrade the patrol HQ into a military base. Might take a while, but I've got a while. Anyway, don't have any immediately important things to do, but I do have the locations of some blueprints right here. Over at Bob. There's a high-level warning beacon on it. Looking at what I've got explored and what I don't, only really this little pocket here. Couple more over to the left. Down over here. Everything on the right side of the map, other than somewhere in Delta Zaratna. All got that covered. Alright. Gonna go pick up some more fuel, maybe a little bit more supplies. Go grab that blueprint, then go do some surveying. Probes and stuff. I will purchase all of your fuel. Wants a bunch of stuff delivered over to Venus. And I'm good. It's an apogee right there. Don't think I need it. Go fuel up at Syndria. getting all the demods removed from the fruit fly. Pirate seemed to be up to it again. Could upgrade the Hammerhead, or not Hammerhead, the Colossus, into a proper Atlas. Would more than double the cargo capacity, but I also have to spend some story points on getting those S-mods. Got a pretty decent amount of them though, so gonna do it. Efficiency, militarized, augmented drive field, and expanded cargo holds. See no reason to deviate. Alright. Not much more room to bring back the spoils. Actually, I should check the bar while I'm here. Underworld bounties. Don't need that. How about the contact? Or procurement, special pirate fleet bounty. Kind of out of the way. Good if a red giant's enough for slip surge. It is, but it's not great. Actually, I'm not sure if the combat readiness drain, or whatever you want to call it, is proportional to the size of the star, or if it's just a flat amount every time. It probably says it in the description. Stronger surge can allow the fleet to rapidly travel up to 15 light years. Consumes specific amount of fuel, reduces the combat readiness of all ships, costing up to blah blah blah. I think it's a flat amount. Anything less than a black hole or a neutron star, don't think it's gonna be worth it. The scavenger hanging out here. Ground defenses are done. Could upgrade them. Kinda want to save the money. Just a suborder. There is a gate here. Arnazos. They have ruins here. There's the blueprint. Apparently I already have the survey data for this place. I'd still have to go over there to grab those ruins. Abortos. Out of sensor range. There's the home base. They're after me now. Just a couple of apexes and a radiant. Should be easy peasy. Nearly smacked right into me. Just very nearly. Just have to get rid of that radiant ASAP, and the rest of the fight should be a breeze. It's a lot easier when he teleports right on top of the mines. It's the hard part. Now the rest of it. Gotta love the 2-for-1s. Did that Apex run off? Did it get blasted while I wasn't looking? And he went and got the capture point. Just back him up into the other ships. And there he goes. The hell happened to you? Oh, whatever. He's not dead, so it could be worse. Subordo approaching. No other reinforcements. Scan the gate while I've got the chance. And get ready. Let's see how the champions do. Hang out right there. On second thought, I'll have to stay over there. This one's kind of sticking out. Maybe not. The feeling this is not gonna go well. You know, like that. Oh, whatever. We're committed. Let's see how it goes. Just getting the shit stopped. Alright. Let's go fix this. Very rude. But I'll forgive you. Alright. Lesson learned. The champions are not to go out on their own. They suck at it. There goes all my spare crew. Which there is a handy little gate right here. Solve the crew problem. Yeah, definitely highlights one of the big problems I have with the champions. Where it's, yeah, their soft stats are pretty great, but they're not nearly maneuverable enough. And yeah, very similar problem with big and slow ships. Like, yeah, sure, you have a ton of shield and a ton of firepower. But if you're only ever absorbing hits and never dishing them out, you're just gonna lose slowly. Or I don't know. What I do know is it doesn't work ever quite as good as you hope it would. Alright, stock up the fuel. Get a few more, couple of thousand more. Spare crew. Don't ask where the previous crew went. Okay, back over to the portal. Don't have anything I want to drop off over here, is there? I do have a combat drone replicator. Might as well. Make it just that much more deadly to try to interrupt my profits. Ah. Hell is a remnant fleet just doing over here? And they've got a pile of demods on them. The hulls are pitted and, in some places, appear to be subtly warped. Despite the visible damage, sensors detect dormant power sources which start to come online, even as your bridge crew finishes an initial tactical assessment. After a moment of surprise, your comms officer speaks. Sir, we've got transponder pings. The codes are standard tritachyon, but according to our last registry update, they're over 100 cycles out of date. Yeah, they definitely look pretty banged up. The remnant fleet assumes a neutral position. They can keep floating about for 100 years more. I'll allow it. And right back over there. At the small price of like nearly 3,000 fuel. Well, probably closer to 2,000, depending on how you like the round. They're all chilling at the base. Wonder why. Pretty decent sized ordo over there. Way station's done. They're starting the cryo revival facility. Something over there. There's also a bunch of ordos surrounding it. What could be so important? Minor supply gauge. Yeah, I can skip that one. Time to get out of here. A water world. A nice blue marble. With a big pile of ruins on it. Baselines. Bunch of food. Beta core. Lots of rock around this one. Only real thing of note. Homo de Brutu. Or Dabrutu. What a fun name for a very dead rock. Right, that's supposedly everything here. Take a quick look with the neutrino scanner. Yeah, no, just pointing to all the places I've already been. But we're probably good. There's something there. Domain probe. Sure, why not? Send in the mint. I'll be very surprised if the mint can't win. Although if it keeps the target priority like this, it might happen. What are you shooting at? sure why he's being so stingy with the red orbs. The ammo's free. You can just shoot it. And there we go. Two crew died. Sucks to be those guys. And what's that over there? Right. Giant pile of food that I chucked at this base, rather than leaving on the planet. Ah. That looks like it might be a problem. Persian League wants to blockade my shit. Oh hey, it's some guy. Accept the comm request. Thank the stars you showed up. Our tanker had an accident. We don't have any fuel left. We need 20 fuel. We'll pay you 3,000 credits. Just take the damn fuel. Oh. Wrong button. I meant to hit the neutrino detector. Instead, I hit the transverse jump. I will never financially recover from this. One more planet over there. Delta Vecna 2L5. On to the next. The Incineration. What a dramatic name. surely it'll mean there's good stuff there, right? How long do I have before the Persians actually decide to start sending shit? About 2 months, maybe a little bit more. We're halfway through the current month. Just in case, where are the nearest gates? Bunch over there. Couple up here, a couple over there. Yeah, we should be good. Oh, someone here. Your fleet approaches Hanas. Upon entering orbit, your comms officer reports, "Sir, we're getting a signal. Point of origin from a wreck on the surface." Sensors takes over the report. Scan indicates debris spread and a crater. Looks hot. Radioactive. Disabled ship hull nearby. Looks like they got hit from orbit. And survivors nearby in an emergency shelter. Sky if you don't answer and burn Phineas to the bone. Rads and... The man's face resolves mid-curse and freezes in shock. It worked. I told you. He shouts to someone behind him. It's a fleet burning above. A real one. He turns back. You gotta get us off this rock. We're running low on supplies, and before long we'll have to be growing our own food in the dirt like mud-loving luddies. And, what are you doing on this rock? The rat-blasted betrayer Phineas left us here. Told us he knew where old Marlowe buried a stash. Stash of lies, more like. He spits voluminously and hatefully. Took all the ships and what little loot or cargo, that is. Legitimate salvage and digging equipment. That's us. Legitimate salvers, done in by a bad lot. And left here to die in the dirt. Like bloody worms. The man looks pained. There's no way for a spacer to die down here. Take us up, Captain. We'll be good to you. So, who's this Phineas guy? Yeah, Orman Phineas. Phineas the Outcast, he's called. The slimiest piece of trash that ever oozed from the mud of... He pauses thoughtfully. Come to think of it, I don't know where he's from. Somewhere awful where everyone lies, cheats, and steals from one another, probably. At this, he looks around. Forrester's properly done lying, cheating, and stealing. Quite acceptable. Using one's own wits to win a prize through clever work. He thumps his chest. That's my trade, it is. Cleverness and craft. Not like Phineas. Not at all, I'm sure. Phineas. Why, he'll lie, cheat, and steal for anything. From anyone. The man's got no honor. Pirates getting worked up, standing to shout. He's no fun. No fun. The worst of crimes. Pirate sits, calming down, let us land so we could get Marlowe stashed, and blasted our ships from orbit and took off. One reactor went critical, the other, well, just failed. But the previous owner of my ship thought to have survival equipment, so here we are. Gee, seems like a very trustful bunch. I didn't even have to torture him for all this information. I'll give him a fair shake. By that I mean I'm gonna ask, you guys pirates? No, he shouts defensively. No, never. Appears to be trying to gauge your reaction through the fits of the poor comlink. Yes, maybe. A little. From time to time, perhaps. Desperate times these are, aren't they? We think of ourselves more as rogues on the fringe. Corsairs, if you will. Good, honest folk driven to low means to make ends meet. Sounds better when you say it like that, don't it? And even if we are pirates, know that I am being honest with you. Counts for something, don't it? So, you're pirates. Well, he draws this out, leaning back. If you're demanding only the strictest sort of definition, why then I suppose we couldn't rightly object to that choice of nomenclature on the, empirical grounds. Now could we? So then who is this Marlowe fellow? Old Marlowe. The pirate gets almost misty-eyed. Now there was a pirate. He could drink. Oh, how he drank. And fight. Bloodthirsty he was. Would shoot you in the front, back, side, any direction he could get. Whatever it took to win. Well, he weren't exactly a nice man. And when he gambled, he cheated. Oh, how he cheated. A sight to see, I tell you. Anyway, eventually he cheated the wrong mark, and he makes a gun shape with his hand and motions firing it, making a wet noise. Uses the other hand to indicate a generous volume of splatter from the exit wound, if you're interpreting body language correctly. Go on. Marlowe was rich, see. Big rich. Real rich. But no one's found his stash. No, we might, 'cause I was stupid enough to trust Phineas, despite his reputation. He slumps down, now that the excitement of Marlowe's story is over. So, here we are. Alright, tell me about the treasure. Why were you convinced you could find it? Treasure? Oh, old Marlowe's stash. The pirate snorts dismissively. Weren't no thing. Not here, anyway. We come out all this way, the rat-addled betrayer claiming all the while he knows where Marlowe left his riches. This very planet. Go down to the spot with our diggers ready and have a look, and then, he clasped his hands together with a smack. Gunned in the back, we are. Hit from orbit with our shields down. Pirate waves an arm around. Reactor breach on the one ship, blew half away the other. Real mess. Had to scrub bits off my bait off my back suit, I did. Well, I don't trust him, but I don't have to. Just have to bring them back to a pirate world and boost up that reputation a little bit. It'll totally be worth the trouble, right? Well, it won't, but I'm gonna do it anyways. If you're offering transport, yar, we need 54 crew berths to take what's left of the gang. Though if we're just counting real flesh and blood arms and legs, they'd only count for 40 or so. The pirate laughs grimly. We're experienced crew, spacers one and all, that can work our way home. You'll not have a more loyal pack of rogues. Right. I'll send the shuttles down. You order shuttles sent to retrieve the pirates. The former pirates are distributed widely among work crews, and their communications tagged by your security chief. A close watch will be kept to ensure there's no mutinous scheme afoot. That the pirates do indeed work their fare back to an appropriate spaceport. Right then. Swear to fuck if you hijack my Tempest. I will be upset, but I'll still blow it up. Let our system down, then the incineration. Just kinda looks like a regular system to me. Maybe with slightly less planets than average. Actually, don't remember what the stats were on what the average amount of planets in the system are. Probably gets dragged down by the nebulas and the lonely little stars in the middle of nowhere. Well, that's seemingly all of it. Nothing up there. Next closest one is actually over here down in the Pharos Nebula. But I'm gonna do it top down. Start with Abaddon. Then Os. Where's that Ose? Nearly at the spot. Probably should have taken the slip surge on top of that black hole that was back there. Much closer am I to that invasion? At least another month. Although, we're nearly there. There seems to be anything good on one of these mustard planets. Just a whole bunch of toxic chemicals floating around in the atmosphere. And that's this system. One of these had the gate. Not any of these. One down over there, and a couple up over there. It's gonna take me about 3,000 fuel to get back to the planet. Just taking a portal. But I do have enough to get back to the core worlds. I'll jump over to the gate for the next one. Hopefully I'll have enough fuel. Might get complicated if I don't. For some reason that planet is marked. But why? That's why. It's the red planet. I forgot about that. Your fleet approaches Union. The sensors are having difficulty evaluating the tenuous megastructure enveloping its entire surface. Your sensors officer takes the initiative and applies some exotic parameters to the interferometer feed. Inputs go green, and a few seconds later the sub-AI tentatively identifies a stable planetary scale energy field with highly unusual properties. As your fleet moves in closer, sensors detect multiple contacts rising up from the murky red depths. And it's just a nova. Couple of other things. Send in the stick in the mint. And that should be enough. 2v4. Let's see how my judgment is. get a little hairy for him. Just a bit. Can he win? No. Fuck it. Well, it's all on you. Got him on the back foot. Standing in the fighters. Alright. Now that the fight's over, I can say, in retrospect, I should have backed him up. And now, about 359 people are dead. Yeah, whatever. Oh, I should probably read this. Further scans reveal that the energy field is not entirely uniform, perhaps owing to a running down power source. And your bridge crew is able to pick up a distress beacon transmitting from the surface. The transmission is set on repeat, and garbled in ways that are indicative of aging equipment. You make out enough to gather that part of a research team was stranded here, at a secret Tritachion's research facility. After the fully automated defenses overweighed certain executive security contingency orders in the wake of one of the AI wars, and decided it was now imperative to shoot down any craft attempting to leave the planet. Then we send a salvage team down to the facility. A tiny shuttle with a jury-rigged shield generator darts through a spot failure in the shield. A landing at the primary control center is achieved without incident, and the crew is able to deactivate the shield entirely upon breaching the facility. Follow-up shuttles with heavier equipment launch quickly thereafter, and soon the salvage operation is in full swing. Oh hey, a hypershunt tab. I didn't have one of those, but I also don't think I can make use of it anyways. Does it tell me where they are? If it does, I went past it. Helmsmanship. I do like that skill. Only got 2 captains or officers that don't have it. Not interested in getting rid of this guy. The other one is otherwise perfect other than missing helmsmanship. You're getting disregarded. Did I already look at this place? I did. Okay, look at the rest of this place. Go over to the gate. Patrol HQ's done. Nothing currently building. Might as well slap an orbital station on it. Survey data for a Class 4 cryovolcanic world. Orbiting an ice giant in the Delta Far Salish star system. Wonder where that is. Right over here. And I never actually looked at the planet itself, only the shield facility. Just a dusty ass rock. Alright, over to the gate. I'll have a little bit less than 4,000 fuel once I get there. Hopefully, it'll be enough. And if it's not, I should have just enough to get back to the core worlds. And there goes the Persians. 9 days until departures, 96 days until arrival. It's gonna be 17 fleets. know there's ways to prevent the invasion, but sometimes it's fun to have a target-rich environment. $3,008 to get from not quite opposite ends of the sector. Still definitely cheaper than doing it the regular way. Remnants are still there. Who's this? Pirates. What are you hosers doing over here? Meatballs, Aurora, me, and the other couple of small guys. The only thing they really got is that big fat missile boat of theirs. Big, fat, fragile missile boat. as it turns out, this might have been a little bit overkill. We're just pirates after all. Whatever. Anything worth blowing up is worth blowing up in totality. Tempted. Only was steady rather than cautious. Always forgetting that I do not have any more items to stick in here, otherwise they'd already be there. Probably. Nope. I said that the Furies weren't nearly good enough last time. What if I was just doing it wrong? Put away the champions. Give this a good fit. Give it a cryoblaster. Proximity charges. Safety overrides. Unstable injector. Rid of the shields. Not sure if I want to give it a phased lance or a rift beam. Let's try the rift beam. Alright, this vid is kinda dumb. Not gonna lie, but I want to see. Stick it up against Conquest. Definitely thinking it needs to be more aggressive, which I can fix. This might not be the best test target. Stick the proximity launcher there. Tempted to stick a Typhoon Reaper over here. Well, let's test it. I don't think it's getting much out of the Rift Lances. Maybe get rid of those. Stick the mining lasers back on here, just for a little bit of ED. Shield conversion, more vents. Maybe get rid of the shield conversion and go all in on vents. Does have field modulation elite. Actually, how about heavy blaster here, proxy launcher over there. Let's see how this works. Same target. Doesn't have to win, it just has to be able to successfully pressure it. Might be a bit more challenging when it's got this weapon. Yeah, seems to hate it. Just wants to stay away as much as possible. Yeah, that's gonna make testing annoying. Reroll it. So only having 140 seconds of peak performance does really suck. Yeah, no, it just goes in, takes a bunch of hits, bags up, drops the flux, repeat. It's not good for safety override. How about I make this a beam ship? So advanced optics, turret gyros. Integrated targeting unit. Max out the vents. Gonna have to build in some of these. Probably shield conversion. Stick a phase lance on there. and the rift lances. At least one. Send it back to the test chamber. Still getting outranged. I mean, again, indefinitely stalemate against a single conquest. Don't think that's a terribly high bar. Yeah, gonna have to change something. Couple attack lasers. Ion beam. I do like the proximity charge launcher, but maybe a salamander would be better. Something that doesn't have terribly much commitment to it. If I had to add another built-in module, or hull mod. Not sure what the ideal one would be. Forget if armored weapon mounts increases the rate of fire of the beam weapons. So on one hand, it shouldn't, but on the other hand, if it didn't, it would probably mention it. Maybe. Probably. Could just build in hardened shields. Or any of the other 15-point ones. Let's test out the weapon combination first. Beams are doing pretty much nothing. Ditto with the ion beam. No idea. How about I just generate a 40-point group? Because if it sucks against big targets, it just means I don't have to bring it on capital fights. It's kinda got the same problem the Auroras do, where it wants to spin around too much. At least the turrets seem to be able to spin fast enough to keep up with that. Still just slowly getting overwhelmed. Okay, seen enough. Gonna get rid of the unstable injector and the targeting unit. Gonna build in the advanced turret gyros. Kinda wanna go with the safety overrides, but it's so friggin' many points. Gonna get rid of the optics, integrated targeting unit, Cryo Blaster, 2 Rift Lances. And the Rift Beam. And Proximity Launcher. Why not? Get the thick shield and a couple of capacitors. Okay. Same test as last time. Not quite the same group of enemies. Good damage. You know, you get something with no shields and not much armor. Let's just sit and wait. Kinda wiggles the ship around a lot, but can absolutely smack up one of those frigates. wouldn't wiggle around as much if he didn't have the proximity charge launcher. So maybe I get rid of that. Not sure what to replace it with necessarily. His annihilators would have the same problem. Then the other guided stuff would lose out on not having any expanded missile racks, ECCM, or missile specialty. Could just stick a pilum in there. Or I could leave it empty. Yeah, I think I've seen enough skirmishing. I do leave it empty. 17 points. Can get me the hardened subsystems. Still have a couple of points for capacitors. For all the difference that's gonna make. Definitely feel like I should replace the rift lances. Voltaic cannon has a ridiculously long recharge. Voltaic discharge needs fragment swarms. Shock repeaters. Not a great range, but it is pretty fantastic point defense. Then there's the inimical emanation, which is like shock repeater but more expensive and more range. Alright, slightly modified. Do it again. How many points is this thing? 20. Still wiggling around a whole lot. But at least it's shooting relatively accurately while it's doing so. Neither party's all that aggressive. But I think this is good enough performance to avoid being swarmed. Just at least one thing this fit is good at. Let's see how it does against the Conquest. Don't think it's gonna win, but it should tie. And if it doesn't tie, well, back to the drawing board. The point defense is pretty acceptable so far. I get the feeling they're just gonna keep doing this until the Conquest runs out of missiles. So that's good enough. Leave it as is. Don't think this would work better with any of the other weapons necessarily. It's not like it needs the Paladin, since it's already got the Ziphos. Just feel like the turn rate's not quite good enough. Tachyon Lance is only slightly better, but it's more expensive. It's gotta be something better than the Lux that I can stick on here. Maybe Sarissas? They're cheaper than the Ziphos. Not that I have any of those. Let's give it a test run with the current setup. Against an S-modded Conquest. This should be an easy fight. And then I'll do another run, replacing the Luxes with Sarissas. See if it does anything differently. right in the face. Even overloaded it. Pretty quick fight. Now with the mods. Now it is going to be a different fit of conquest, but it should be pretty comparable. Sarisses are getting their shots in, sort of. Also just kind of getting blasted at. Say that was about equivalent. I don't think the choice of fighter made too much of an effect, one way or the other. So if it's not gonna make a difference, what if I cheaped out? Go with the Wasp. Just getting swatted. Come back quick, but they certainly don't last very long. Alright. Not sure if the Wasps are any good. I'm imagining they're probably going to be a lot better against smaller targets rather than big. But an Odyssey's already pretty damn good at running down and just absolutely smacking the crap out of a small target. So don't really care if it does it better. Needs to be better against big targets. So how about flash bombers? Feel like I tested this already, but fuck it, we're testing it again. Amount of damage. Vast majority of the drones died, but that's fine. They're meant to be disposable. seem to have gotten the job done quicker. But that might just be confirmation bias, since I do like the flash bombers. Alright. Leave it on these. Tempted to switch out the Ziphos for flash bombers on the other one, but know that the Mint's got a lot less PD than the Stick. So leave that as is. Serial number whatever is basically perfect. Don't touch it. Oh, I just had a thought. What if I stuck the Rift torpedo on the Mint, on the front, and then I stuck the other Hungering Rift down over there? Cost 18 points for one of those, however. 30 points for one of these. And it's a large energy slot, not a medium. But I do have a large energy slot available. Still gonna take 10 points. Still 2 points short. Guess I don't really need the integrated targeting unit. But I am gonna need the extra capacitor from being outranged from everything. 23 points is a pretty good amount. But could that be better spent? Out of all the level 7 officers I have, not a single one has missile spec. How annoying. Whatever. Let's see how this does. Send it against the same test target everyone else went after. Just so it's a little bit easier to compare. Also, I should have maybe switched up the weapon groups. There we go. starts firing the rifts and the torpedo. Maybe I should have all 3 of those on the same weapon set. Let me see. It's a pretty long delay, but that should mean should shoot it as much as possible. Alright, same test, but not really, because it's going to be against an onslaught. Doesn't seem to be winning the fight. It is a large synergy. The only other thing I have that can actually even equip it is one of the Anubis, which is what it was on originally. Maybe it's better that it stays that way. Just so I don't have all the fancy toys on one boat. Yeah, still not happy with the fleet, but it'll have to do. The friggin' Persians are coming. I have to go smack them. Alright. So, I think it's time to go for a nice piss. Excellent piss, if possible. Either way, be right back. And I'm back. So 82 days until arrival. Would have enough time to jump back through the portal. Maybe go check out that system there. And then jump right on back. But that'd be like 6,000 fuel down the drain. That's a lot of fuel. Yeah, let's upgrade this. It's 88% growth. So, soon-ish, I'll be able to get my own heavy industry. Looking at the blueprints I've got. Could print myself some more meatballs. Which might be a good idea. They've had a pretty good track record so far. And they're one of those designs that I feel like having a lot of them actually probably works better than only having a few of them. As they only cost 18 points to deploy, which is cheaper than the Fury. And while they're not terribly great as a front line, if they can just rotate in and out, then they'll get the job done. Or at least they should. Other than that, don't have the Odyssey blueprint, which is another thing I'd like to have an extra one or two more of. Could get myself an Invictus. Freaking expensive though. In terms of maintenance, not so much outright purchase. Could get into Grendels, but then it would reduce the capabilities of my flagship. Don't need any more of those. And I'm not really into frigates. The only other thing I can think of would be getting a couple of drovers. Just loading it up with some flash bombers. And then just using them to play keep away. But yeah, I feel like fighters kinda fall off against some of the harder enemies. Which I don't know. On the one hand, it's fun to stomp pirates and pathers even harder than I already do. On the other hand, it's not really useful. Need to be better against the stuff that's actually dangerous, not against the stuff that I can already win against. Could reacquire an astral. Then I have to guard it. Oh, I guess I'll just get a bunch more Anubis. Got room for 5 more of them. Currently have 4. Alright, just gonna let the time run. Gonna be 80 something days until the Persians show up. And well, I'd love to have a training montage of me getting stronger. Maybe instead it's a montage of my crew and me just drinking at the bar for 80 days straight. And then panicking really hard as soon as they show up. Although, another thing I just thought of. There is the Grendel. Or no wait, I did mention that one. As it would cut into the phase coil tuning. Lose that peak operating time, top speed and acceleration, and sensor strength. That last one doesn't matter quite as much. The other two, however, do very significantly affect the performance. Well, mostly the top speed and acceleration. Peak operating time, I can work around. So, looking at the ships that I do not have S-mods on, which right now is the Monitor and the Tempest. And then a couple of the support ships I have. Haven't been doing very much if any raiding recently, so I could just drop off the Phantoms. Probably have to also get rid of some of the crew too. And it's not like I can replace them with anything right now anyway. Well, I say that. Could grab the champions again. Which actually, I should do that anyway. Just so I have more fleet. Even if I don't actually use the champions. Stick them all right up over here. Already got them all the officers assigned. Leave those as is. Alright, back to the waiting. 64 days until they show up. Also, there's some Pavercell that's causing problems. Maybe I should try to do something about that. It's a pirate base nearby. Nearby, by the way. public star system. Which says right over here. So what the hell's up with the arrows? Whatever. Gonna go blow up the pirate base. I'm gonna guess it's over by Jaresh. Persian League Enforcer is hailing me. Accept the comm request. Link snaps to life. Hailing suspicious fleet operating in non-chartered volume. League Navark looks down at you like you've caught a small-time or like they've caught a small-time ore smuggler. This task force acts in the legitimate interest of the Persian League to regulate safe travel and freedom of commerce, per interfactional law. She raises her chin another couple degrees. As the apparent representative of non-league entity and non-signatory to the Persian Sector Commercial Standards Accord, you are hereby ordered to stand down your weapons and prepare to be boarded. Dictum concluded, she sneers. We're here to make sure you're civilized, spacer. Open up. Yeah, nah, that's nonsense. You have no such authority in this volume. Do you have something to hide? Her tone grows dismissive. Attempting to avoid a legitimate commerce regulations inspection per interfactional law is highly suspicious. Is it drugs? Illegal harvested organs? We'll find out. The League Navark speaks aside. Prepare the boarding parties. Give orders to be especially thorough. We're dealing with some prime space scum. Right then. Fuck you, power up weapons. Let's bring in the Telefunkeliki. We've got the advantage in total tonnage from the outset, so we shouldn't need any reinforcements. Assuming everyone, pulls their weight. Looking at you, Fury. That being said, it's got a bunch of very fancy weapons on it, so it had damn well better actually be able to pull its weight. Might have over-deployed for disengagement. But that just means I might be better off calling the kill order early. And we're done. Must be much harder to look down your nose towards someone when you're sitting in the recovery pod. Well, they weren't over by Jerash. So where are they? Don't seem to be over by any of the planets. But they gotta be somewhere in the rings. This might take a while. Oh hey, Hab's bigger. Since it's bigger, have some more industry. And now they've got some pepper cells. Who could have foreseen this? Hegemony and the Diktat are fighting. Don't think I'm hostile to either of those. Don't think I'm friends with either of those. There it is. Par freehold. Alright, blow up the station. It, that's all the fins blown off. Now the rest of it. Half of it down. The Odysseys have it, so I'll get all these stragglers. It looks like I was right. Wrong button. Again. Right. Done here. Back to the Venus. Goddamn Persian League enforcers are inspecting the mercantile convoys. That's probably why I'm getting some losses. I say that. The only thing I've got losses on is organics. I think that's just because I need more than are available on the global market. Yeah. 10 desired, -1 from global shortage, -1 from not enough accessibility to get that much. So, shouldn't be too worried about the Persian League enforcers. Do have to worry about that fleet that's incoming. 17 days until the orbital station's done, then the heavy industry's gonna start. Think it's... I was gonna say 90 days, but it says 120 days. It's gonna be a while until I got some proper industry set up. After here, want some cash. Sure. Just spill the beans. Upper base is way over there. In Alpha Malufia. Right there. Nearest gate is either of the 3 systems right here. How many days is it for the fleet? 38 days. If I'm quick, I can get it done. And I don't feel like sitting around for 30 days, so I'm gonna go get it done. Grab some fuel. Don't need a full load. Actually, is there a closer gate to me? The answer is no. So when we're at Freya. But it's not closer than this one. Alright, gonna go blow up the Paffer station. Huh. The enforcers want to fuck with me. Alright. Lay it on me. Hailing suspicious fleet operating a non-chartered system. Yada yada. Same thing as last time. With a fleet like that, you're in no position to make demands. The League Navarch's face freezes for a moment. Then he speaks. He seemed like an upstanding, independent operator. He nods, the very image of reasonable authority. I'm gonna let you go for warning. There are some bad folks out here, Captain. Someone has to keep them in line. He produces a strained smile. You're free to go. In other words, not for the size disparity, he would fuck with me. Remnant fleet is still right there. Oh hey. The thingamajig crossing the paths of the slipstreams. Not supposed to do that. Makes it gay when they touch. I did not consider that I did not actually scan the gates over to where I was trying to get to. I can use them as an escape route. 29 days. Trying to get to Alpha Maluvia. No, there's gates in Rama, Atasia, and Lilith. And get right over to Fool. Which I think is enough. Maybe I should get some more fuel while I'm here though. Got 2,661. Cost me about 1,000 something to get here. Let me just go buy some fuel at the planet that just sent a raid after me. Alright, turn on the transponder. Grab some fuel. Grab some more fuel. And some more fuel. Alright. Let's get going. basically on top of the target. We reconfirmed the threat. 20 days. Should have plenty of time. Orbital station's done. Heavy industry has commenced. 120 days. And I think it's another 60 days to upgrade. Or 120. Not sure. Right away. Once it's in building, can stick a nanoforge right in it. Could stick one in right now, but not like it's gonna do much. Test refuge. Bunch of paffers hanging nearby. You don't want to fuck with me, however. Don't have any contraband to sell, but I do have some marines on me. Can't make use of them because there's too many dudes nearby. How about now? Still too many. Fuck it. Blow them up. Chunk off the station. Try to get this other part while I'm at it. Too much point defense. Not gonna get it. Their fleet's in the way, surrounding the Aurora. The other Auroras nearby. He seems a little bit too timid. It's your job to protect him. Do it. Spin out the fleet. definitely getting thinner. Is it enough to keep attacking? Probably not. Take this brick shit house out. I'll get smacked by the kite. Still a lot of them, and they're pretty aggressive. Guess I got no choice but to take them out. Damn eradicators, and they're actually good point events. Always gotta make things so complicated. Why can't they just explode like all the other ones? You know, like that guy. He just kinda kaboom. In one mine. There we go. All I had to do was complain. And then everything gets set right, making me look like a whiny asshole. That's a lot of munitions fired directly at me. Would hurt a lot more if it actually hit. There goes that guy. Yeah, damn it. Hit a hammer right to the face. I'll make it pay for that. If devastators are aimed directly at me, means they're not aiming at the mines right behind them. Vulcans they have on their aura, however. Probably shouldn't be face-hugging the station. Tempest has been hanging around too long. Retreat. Stick's a little banged up. Taking more munitions to the face. There it goes. Finally. Ada crew dead. Small price to pay for dead terrorist. Alright, that's done. Now back to the planet. Well, colony. Whatever term you prefer. A rock I care about. I guess rocks now, since there's 2 of them. Days until the Persian League blockade shows up. She should probably go hang around Hab rather than Venus. Just because Hab's got just about as many defenses as it could have. Say that, and then I remember I could have stuck a planetary shield on there. But then I'd be out of cash. And it's gonna take 90 days to build anyway, so it's not gonna be done in time. So many blueprints, just sitting right there. Good thing the pirates never trade on the open market. Well, if things really go bad, I can grab the cigarette back. But I'm feeling pretty confident about this fleet. I'm sure we'll get it done. Certainly. No doubt. 2 days until they get here. Days until ground defenses is upgraded. Don't think the blockade fleet bothers with attacking the planet. No, they attack space stations that are nearby, however. Also, it looks like they're already here. Alright then. Give it another quick save. Let's get right to unblockading the planet. Starting with you. Send in the stick first. Alright. Time to see if the absolute mess of a fleet I have is actually capable of doing anything. Although I say that, I've definitely had worse fleets before. I've also definitely had fleets before that did not have a Doom as the flagship. It's probably gonna help quite a bit. I'm to ignore the monitors. Engage the Pegasus. And the Conquest. Everything else is not terribly high priority. Couple of Gladius on the Drover. Shouldn't have to worry about that. I assume that the paladins on all the meatballs should be able to take care of them pretty good. Guess it's my job to take out the Pegasus. So I'm definitely gonna have an easier time than everyone else. Send in the mint. Or actually, send in oven mitt, cork, telefunkeliki. Missiles. I forget what the name of those are. Bad time to forget. Dragonfires. That's what those are. Don't know how I forgot. But I did. I'll admit it. See if this gets it. You avoided most of it. But one of his engines is down. Seeing a lot of ships, but nothing dangerous. much of him left now. There he goes. It's one of two difficult targets. The other one should be a piece of cake. Build up the charges. There we go. Dump it. Engines are shot. Second dump should do even more damage. Not really. Got too many friendly ships nearby. Third dump. There he goes. They've got no big stuff left. It's all just mediocre cruisers like the Griffin. Maybe a couple of Eagles. And this champion right here. Set some engage orders. And let's get to it. The name of this one again? Oven mitt. Right. So it likes to get right into the hot zone. Feeling brave, little ship. Probably shouldn't have been. Alright, they do have reinforcements, so I was incorrect about that being all of their big ships. But The only Pegasus they sent in is all the way at the back. Set a couple of orders. Keep on blasting. Rover's down. Much the only big stuff they have left is the Eagle, Pegasus, and the Champion. Much fewer ships than I do. And mine are better. I think I enjoy being in the superior position just a little bit too much. Especially when they crumble so hard. Stare you down. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. The rest ran away. There is the monitor classes left. Get rid of those. Went down? Oh, and the other one went down shortly before. Very nice. And now, clean it up, Meatball Squad. A couple of Phaetons and one monitor got out. There's another enforcers over there. Most of my ships aren't missing that much combat readiness, so I'm probably good to go for another one. Although, there's supposed to be 17 of them here. It's definitely less than 17 of them on the map. Whatever. One less. For this one, send in the champions, the meatballs. Given one more chance. It's midline against midline, but champions are still pretty slow. Either way, this is probably their ideal engagement. Like versus like and all that. If they can't succeed in this one, then they're useless to me. Alright, step 1, get rid of all the sunders. Got a lot of weapons, not very much armor or shields. Sooner they're dead, the better. Not quite enough points for reinforcements. By that I mean, if I'm calling it any reinforcements, it's gonna be me. Getting beaten up. Cannot get away. Simply too slow. Alright, in I go. But another sip for good luck. Time for some fun. So clustered. They're making it easy. Now that I'm thinking about it, all the champions I have in my fleet only have the one S mod. So what if I gave them unstable injectors as the other S mod? Or maybe one of the other mods that they have that's more expensive than that one. And then add the unstable injector anyway. It would solve the big problem I have with him. Maybe. The loss of range is kind of an issue. One champion left. One isolated Sunder. Which I'm assuming it's not going to be a problem for much longer. Eagle that's all fucked up. Yeah, no. I think we got this. Kill. Starting to think. Maybe champions backed up by Anubises might be a good strat. Well, definitely gonna need some more testing before I conclude that. But it seems like it could work on paper. Alright. So that's what, like, 4 fleets down? Ish. So if they're not over here, they're gonna be over there. Give it another quick save. Bunch more right here. Heading towards Hab, from the looks of things. Oh, heavy batteries are done. Still not a huge amount of defenses. Again, don't think they're gonna directly attack the colony. There's just gonna be a pain in the ass nearby. Couple more detachments. That one's got nothing but cruisers. That one's got 3 capitals in it. Gonna be fighting both anyway. Let's send in serial number. B. The Auroras. And we'll send in some meatballs once I've got some points captured. Now I've got to assume Old Slot's not gonna do super great against midline. I'm gonna want to back it up. But enough for one meatball. Got enough for a couple more meatballs. All the rest of them, actually. Got some Mjolnirs on him. He's trying to get away. Block off his exit. And that is a very quick kill. Good job, serial number. I knew you could do it. It's one of the capitals down. They still have 2 more Pegasus capitals. Then a bunch of smaller shit. Gonna stick to the plan. Back up the serial number. that's just a graviton beam, but he's got a, whatever the name of it is. The one that got pretty good hull damage. Actually, it's got 2 of them. Very asynchronous loadout. Take out the Griffin. And the other Sunder. So I just realized it's got a high intensity laser on him. Can't have that. There he goes. And now you. Path's clear. Now the main thrust. Got too much point defense in that area. Doesn't have much hull left. Doesn't have much escort to stop all the mines. Right behind him. There he goes. Alright. Clear out the stuff at the top of the map. Everything else has to retreat upwards. Which means good chance of catching it before it can run away. Assuming everything goes to plans. I mean, that's another high intensity laser. Gonna want to kill that guy sooner rather than later. It's gonna strip the armor off the old slot. Didn't kill him, but it did get most of the way. An extremely hot territory. Just have to create an opening, like I just did. Got 20 points. All the meatballs are still up. Auroras are still up. Still got the serial number. Don't think I need the reinforcements. I think we're winning. That's a lot of green missiles you got there. Would be a shame if I had just enough time and P space to ignore you completely. Now I think about it. I'm gonna wait until I exit. Damn. Took the whole brunt of it. At least I had enough armor. Now to make sure it doesn't happen again. There's a lot of them. Not gonna be able to dodge it. Whatever. It's not like they've got much left to fight with anyway. What's the point of an inevitable missile if it hits like a wet towel? Just the Griffin left. Now, I've been thinking a lot about those tests I like to run in the simulator. They're kind of biased towards ships that have very good one-on-one performance, but also stuff that has high survivability, which usually means a good amount of mobility, which typically means high-tech stuff. But is there non-high-tech stuff that's got good mobility? No, there's the Onslaught and the Legion, because they have the boost drive. But what else is there that I could be incorporating right now? Yeah, there's probably something. Just can't think of it right now. Either way, Not done yet. But I do need to go take a break. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Wrong button. They are slightly more upset because I did an interdiction pulse. That's fine. Another detachment up over there. There were 17 fleets. Probably taken out about, I don't know, 7, maybe. My brain don't work so good, so can't really rely on it. Go for the next attachment. It's a lot more than just one of them there, though. Might as well engage it. Oh hey, it's the Grand Armada. Or Armada. Has a lot of little green pips next to all of their ships. Might be quite a challenge. Especially if there's other guys around. Try to single them out. Gotcha. Alright. This is gonna be a brawl. Get all the points. Call in some reinforcements. Other than that, it's business as usual. Try to get rid of that sunder. Don't think that's gonna get the job done. There's a couple of conquests behind him. Got more points. Better spend them wisely. Bulk of their forces are all right here. Monitor's not gonna last long. Better will this sunder. Go up. Pick off the weak links one at a time. Got 52 points. Wait. Am I missing a... Yeah, I am missing one of the Odysseys. Not sure what happened, but it's definitely gone. Well, fuck it. Send in a meatball and the oven mitt. Gonna have to make up for it. Tempest class is already running out of combat readiness. And it's also running out of hull. Get the fuck out of here. These guys are gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with. Both of them have the hydras. Probably try to get rid of the Pegasus as soon as I can, just because of all the dragon fires it has on it. One problem solved. Now the other two. Sent in some more champions. Flashes on one end, two mines on the other. Give them a choice where they can't win. Weapons pointing away the wrong way. If only the Odyssey realized that. Got another Pegasus on the field. Send in some more Aurora. Also, I should probably spending more of the missiles. Got so many of them. They're basically free. That's most of their fleet gone. Now it's just the rest of it. Pegasus and the champions. Not terribly worried about the champions. And the Pegasus is relatively easy. Just not for the rest of my fleet. Though it is kind of isolated. A lot of dragon fires. Be a shame if they all missed. There goes the Pegasus. And the rest of it with it. Probably shouldn't be so distracted. Avoid eating some dragon fires to the face. Just the monitor over there left. I'm gonna go ahead and say our job here is done. 440 crew lost. I blame you, whoever it is that's in charge of the mint. It's definitely not my fault. You know, I have been tempted to grab some more battle cruisers. And then I look at the top speed of this thing and see that it says 45. Should I even bother? Sure. I'll grab one of them. If I can't make it work, I'll get rid of it. If I can make it work, just make my fleet that much more quirky. That was the Grand Fleet. Which means that the blockade is defeated. Very nice. Now I've got established polity. You've proven the independence and strength of your colonies. by defeating a Persian League force sent against you, and are viewed as a stable trading partner. Plus 10 accessibility. The rest of them are running away. Could use some more crew. Grab 2,000 of them. We're gonna need the replacements, I'm sure. Alright. Let's get to actually outfitting this thing. The Basilon Dukemona. What a dumb name. This thing's got heavy ballistics integration, so I should definitely look into getting the best shit possible for the heavy slots. And I should also think about who do I want to captain this thing. How about you? So they don't have ballistics mastery. The range is not going to get much better than 700 if I go with the storm dealers. Maybe Mjolnir cannons. Stick a couple of shock repeaters on here. Long range PD lasers. Killer PD lasers. And these are mostly for anti-shield, so how about for the ballistic slot here, something anti-armor. Probably not the chain gun. How about a heavy mauler? Really, 2 heavy maulers. So it's gonna be a couple of flat cannons. And some devastators. For the missile slots. Films would be best for long term, since this officer does not have any missile spec. They don't have any other good ones with missile spec either anyway, so shouldn't invest too much into missiles. Films it is. And for the energy slots, I don't want to stick the cryo blaster on this side, but it's the last one I've got. Stick an ion beam in there. And on the other end, burst laser. Definitely not a balanced loadout, but it's not supposed to be. Alright. Accelerated shields, stabilized shields. Hardened shields. Definitely want integrated targeting unit. What do I want to build in? I say, looking at the two things I probably want to build in. Well, maybe not accelerated shield. It's not that big of a bonus. Well, I say that. It doubles the bonus that it already gives. Stabilized shields, on the other hand, is a safe one. 10% of hard flux taken as soft flux, which is equivalent to 10% less shield damage, assuming that the flux can handle it, which I think it can. So then what else do I want? Ballistic rangefinder is one of those things that seems pretty neat, and then you remember it's got a range cap of 900. So if it can't take the whole bonus, it isn't really worth it. For the most part, most everything I have is not going to be able to take advantage of that bonus. Not the heavy maulers for sure. That one's useless. What else? Let's stick an auxiliary thruster on there. And they've already got system expertise and helmsmanship. That's not enough, then nothing will be enough. Advanced turret gyros is always good. More damage to missiles and fighters, more damage to smaller ships by 5% per size class difference. It's not going to help against larger targets though. Shield conversion front would give it a full bubble shield. And the built-in version would mean 5% less damage taken by the shields. Armored weapon mounts would be 10% more damage, or 10% more fire rate, which does mean more damage. Also means more flux buildup. Maybe I give it a couple of test runs with just a pile of capacitors instead. See if it's lacking in any spot. Simulated at full combat readiness. Send it into a 1v1 with another conquest. No, it's definitely got not as much good stuff as the opposing conquest has. I'll be kinda surprised if it wins. It's definitely not winning right now. Still not winning. The other officer has ballistic mastery, so they can shoot him, or shoot my ship. Well, my ship cannot shoot them. That being said, it's kind of a stalemate right now. Well, if my ship is not gonna have a range advantage, I better account for that. Heavy maulers have good range. Switch that out for flat cannons. Let's try that. Place the Mjolnirs with Gauss. And then keep the ion beam. Stick a targeting unit on there. And we go again. shot after shot. Just absorbing a bunch of Mjolnir shots right to the face. This ain't working. Not as well as I hoped it would. Keep the sim running a little bit longer. See if I'm wrong. I don't like it. Gauss cannons are not it. Hellbores, maybe? Couple of those. Already got accelerated shields. Extended shields is a lot of points. Gonna stick armored weapon mounts on there. Build it in fact. And the advanced gyros. The rest of the points go into capacitors. Actually, even better. Stick the extra into squalls. Don't have the expanded missile racks or missile specialty, but it should still be much better than the Pilums. Test it out again. Seems to be working, ever so slowly. And then he backs up and ruins the whole strat. seen enough. How about a storm needler on the front? I can only really afford a hellebore on the back. Maybe a Hephaestus would be better. Or maybe a Mjolnir. Get rid of the accelerated shield. Get rid of the shock repeaters. Replace them with just regular PD lasers. Switch out the ion beam for a heavy burst laser. I don't want to stick an unstable injector in here. Goes from 64 to 79. It's still not a great number, but it's a better number. Yeah, fuck it. These missiles are useless. The medium ones, anyway. Large ones, still not great. Let's go for cheaper. $23. Is there anything that's worth taking over caps? Maybe. Maybe not. A little bit more survivability might be more worth it. Try it again. Gonna make this shit work. Or I'm gonna give up and go to bed. One of the two. Stay winning if he doesn't have his actual guns aimed at him. Yeah, no, he's just eating missiles. Is 1v1 performance is not likely to be the most accurate to actual performance. And I don't say that just because its 1v1 performance is kinda mid. How it does against smaller enemies is also very relevant. Let's see. Athletic Path, 80 points, no S mods. Generate. Instantly surrounded. Let's see how it goes. Half the armor stripped. Not even one kill. Disappointed. This definitely needs to be better. Somehow. Alright. This is a stupid plan. But I want to see if it does anything different. Wow. It managed to miss the entire burst. Impressive. And then it immediately gets gangbanged. Incredible. It's worse than I ever thought possible. Okay. Never mind that shit. Oh, try the Mjolnirs again. No other way I have of speeding this up. And I'm definitely thinking a reckless officer is not ideal. Just because of how fragile this damn thing is. Be a Gauss cannon on the back. A Mjolnir on the front. And then a heavy mauler right here. Maybe two. gonna give it something else, but don't think anything else is gonna help. Nav relay, maybe? Would increase the nav rating by 5%. I'm not sure if that directly translates to 5% more speed or if it's something else. Yeah, fuck it. Try it. Alright, then the officer. Stick you in charge. Got the gunnery implants, ordnance expertise, systems expertise, field modulation, and helmsmanship. All seems to synergize with what this thing wants to do. But will it work? It's already going very poorly. Very poorly indeed. Just kind of took a bunch of missiles to the ass and then couldn't do anything after that. Let's try it again, just in case it was a fluke. Basically, same result as the first time. It's gotta be something I can change. Yeah, fuck it. Try the Carrier Blaster. Maybe it'll be worth it. Still not convinced this is gonna work. That was just pathetic. God damn, this thing sucks. The only chance it has is playing keep away, but it's terrible at it. Just fucking garbage. I've given it everything I can to boost the speed. It's nowhere near enough. If only I could stick safety overrides on this bitch. Alright, try this. Well, it's already going piss poor. Oop. Autopilot disabled. That one was my fault. Technically a triple kill. Just had to explode to do it. Right. So it sucks if it's ever alone. But what if it's part of a fleet action? Which is the very likely, most likely situation it's gonna be in. Send it in with the meatball squad, which is 112 points. Send in 200 points worth of passwords. The longer the stream goes on, the worse my pronunciation gets. Alright, it's got a bunch of support. Can it do it? Definitely not at the front absorbing damage. Which makes me wonder if I should have not bothered with having that one shield S mod. This thing's shields are not good enough, to put it lightly. It is pretty good at just staying just far enough away and shooting. As high as a bar as that is. All of the meatballs are still up. Scattered as they might be. Seems to have worked, but I don't think it was because the conquest was here. I'm thinking, if this thing's main role is to not get hit, get rid of the shield mods, keep the nav relay, get rid of the unstable injector, place the hyper velocity drivers with heavy maulers, so at least it has some form of anti-armor. Keep the ion beam. And might as well keep that stuff there. It's all relatively cheap. Get extended shields. So that's going to be more important than accelerated. Maybe hardened subsystems? So if it's just gonna float around, not quite in the fight, but next to it, longer it's gonna last, the better, supposedly. $20 points left. Yeah, 2 ion beams. Maybe some better point defense. At least on this side. Spend the rest on flux capacity. Let's do that same simulation again. $200 points of Paffers. Got a lot of damage output. I guess it's all it really needs to be. Looks as a frontline ship, but doesn't really have to be the best one of those. I say, just as it overloads. If it survives this. One of the Anubises got destroyed. Not sure where. Alright, I think that's enough of a test. Sphinx, kinda like an internet troll. It deals out damage. It does not take it. Prefers to remain anonymous. Anyway, gonna call this support. battlecruiser. And I'm gonna rename it to... Shit. What's my, bing-ba-ding again? LSC. That's what it was. I name it the LSC. Anon. Because again, not interested in dealing with things face to face. It's interested in swooping in and laying down the hammer. That's probably not an actual saying, but that's what I just said. Alright. So defeated the Persian League blockade. Got myself a new ship that I'm probably just gonna keep complaining about. It's gonna be a while until the next one shows up. Well, it's been a long enough and successful enough stream. Gonna have to call it right there. Right then. Not gonna be any stream tomorrow. If you're one of the few weirdos who actually watches my streams live. Or one of the few weirdos who watches my streams at all. But anyway, no stream tomorrow. There will be one after tomorrow. Because I'm trying to stream more than I've been doing recently. Which is to say, not enough. But anyway, been complaining too much as it is. I'm gonna get going. See ya.